Bruce, how in the world can you even think that this earth is heaven? Look what's going on. And I'm going to tell you this. There's a We have been programmed to believe that you come to this planet, you have your life, and then you die, and then you have a possibility of going to heaven. I want to offer a different suggestion, just a suggestion, that you were born into heaven. This is heaven. This is where you come to create. This is where you come to experience. This is where you take away with you with your life after it's over all the memories and experiences of this planet. When you are in your spiritual self, that creative end doesn't work as much anymore. And the significance is, this is heaven. And yet you will look around and you would say, Bruce, how in the world can you even think that this earth is heaven? Look what's going on. And I'm going to tell you this. There's a science that says that somebody else is manipulating your creation. And I want you to understand how you got manipulated, because when you take your power back, when you take your individual power back, we will turn this place back into the heaven that was given to us by God in the first place. So this is what it's all about. Today I want to talk about one that I think is really exciting. It's called the honeymoon effect. The science of creating heaven on earth. It's kind of interesting because people that knew me 20 years ago or earlier actually were in shock that I wrote a book on relationships. They looked at me as Mr. Pathology of Relations. And so when this book came out, I'm sure a lot of heads turned and go, the same Bruce Lipton? And the answer is yes, because this is an exciting understanding of the application of the biology of belief. And what is the honeymoon effect? So I ask you all to go back to a time in your life. Go back to a time where you fell head over heels in love with somebody. Now, it didn't have to last for long. It could have been a week, could have been a month. If you were lucky, a few months of the honeymoon effect. You say, what is the honeymoon effect? Well, let me ask you to go back into a time you fell head over heels in love with somebody, and let's ask 3 questions. The 3 questions are this. When you were in that state of love, were you healthy? And it turns out almost everybody, when they go back to the time, realized they were exuberantly healthy when they were in love. I also ask the second question. I say, when you were in love in that big honeymoon kind of thing, did you have energy? Yes, you know you made love for days without stopping for food or sleep. But more importantly, let's ask this question. When you were in the throes of love, was life so beautiful you couldn't wait for the next day to get up and have more? And why was that important? Because here's what it was. You created heaven on earth. And why is this important? This was not an accident. This was not a coincidence. This was not chance. This was actually what you created. And it's interesting because when we talk about it, and the honeymoon is like the big South Sea island picture, living on the beach and all that, and this is what love starts out like. But almost inevitably for everybody, it changes over time into something else. And the significance about this is simple. You created the honeymoon effect, and you unconsciously lost it. My significance of being out here is to tell you, A, how you created it, why you created it, and the most important thing is, how come you lost it? And why is that important? Because there's a science behind it. There's a science, and the significance is profound for this reason. If you understand how you created the honeymoon, and you understand why you lost the honeymoon, then think about the simple reality. You can go back and have a honeymoon experience, heaven on earth, every day for the rest of your life if you understand what happened. And this is what my whole emphasis is all about. And in the process, it's real interesting for me because I'm going to suggest a cosmic joke that could blow the whole world out. And it goes like this. We have been programmed to believe that you come to this planet, you have your life, and then you die, and then you have a possibility of going to heaven. I want to offer a different suggestion, just a suggestion, that you were born into heaven. This is heaven. This is where you come to create. This is where you come to experience. This is where you take away with you with your life after it's over all the memories and experiences of this planet. When you are in your spiritual self, that creative end doesn't work as much anymore. And the significance is, this is heaven. And yet you will look around and you would say, Bruce, how in the world can you even think that this earth is heaven? Look what's going on. And I'm going to tell you this. There's a science that says that somebody else is manipulating your creation. And I want you to understand how you got manipulated, because when you take your power back, when you take your individual power back, we will turn this place back into the heaven that was given to us by God in the first place. So this is what it's all about. There's this wonderful quote by Lewis Thomas, a biologist. I just love it. It's beyond our imagination to conceive of a single form of life that exists alone and independent and unattached to other forms. This is the first step of understanding relationships, and it goes like this. Every biological organism on this planet is part of a community. When an organism is removed from the community, the life of that organism is threatened and may not survive. So it's a biological influence that says you were born to be in a community. So seeking community is a natural part of every organism on this planet. What's interesting is the nature of the community and the power of it is illustrated in horses. When people raise horses, they observe that when a mare and a stallion have a colt, they raise the colt like a child. The colt acts up just like children every now and then and gets rambunctious. And the parents have to do something to try to put the colt back in the line. So one of the first things they do if a colt acts up is they nip at the colt. And they nip saying, don't do this. Well, if that doesn't work, guess what? The most profound punishment that the horse can give its colt is the following. If a colt doesn't respond to the parents push the colt out of the community. They don't let the colt come back into the community. Every time it tries to come in, they push it away. It is the fastest lesson teaching mechanism that these horses have, because the moment the colt realizes it's lost the contact with the community, it will immediately take up the appropriate behavior to come back in. Why? Community is life. This is a requirement. We have to understand this. And I'm going to say to you, look, I know you look for love. I know you try and find love. I know you do find love, and I know that sometimes you lose love. And no matter how much you lose it, you still want to come back for more love. I want to tell you something. This is not an accident. This is not a condition. This is actually part of a biological reality, and it's referred to as the biological imperative. Every organism on this planet is influenced by what is called the biological imperative. The biological imperative is the drive to survive. Think about it this way. You take the lowliest organism on a planet, the bacterium, and you try and kill the bacterium's not going to just sit there and say, okay, go ahead and kill me. It's going to do everything in its power to stay alive. So even the most primitive organism on this planet has a drive to stay alive. And every organism is built with this biological imperative. But there are two parts to the biological imperative. One is the survival of the individual. So the drives for survival of the individual, the drive for water, the drive for food, the drive for shelter, this keeps you alive as an individual. But the biological imperative has a second level to it, and it's the survival of the species. And the significance of the survival of the species is that automatically entails the consequent of a need for reproduction. And all of a sudden it says, yes, you have a drive to stay alive as an individual, but unconsciously you are driven to keep the species alive by reproduction. By definition, in our case, that means coupling with somebody else. And so you have a built-in drive to fulfill this as a way of life. And it's interesting because I want to tell you about, in the book, The Honeymoon Effect, there's a science behind this, there are reasons why, so I'm going to excerpt some of the ideas and present them right now. The most important understanding that I can start with is this: energy is equal to life. Simple point. No energy, no life. And so energy becomes a commodity that every living organism handles, just like money. We use money. In fact, think of what money is. It's a form of energy. Money buys you things that you could work for, so money is energy. But energy is fundamental to life. So when you look at it this way, if you have no energy, you have no life, and that the better life you have is how much energy that you accumulate in your system. Now we need to do a thing and say, so what the heck is energy? Well, energy is an invisible force. It's a force that motivates you. It's a force that allows you to live. It drives your biology. And I say, what does energy look like? And I say, well, that's the issue. Energy is invisible. You can't see it. But I say, well, how do we know what energy is? And I say, you drop a rock into a pond, and when the rock hits the water, the energy from the falling rock goes into the water, and the force of the energy shapes as ripples. So the water is taking the shape of energy. So what do we know about energy? It's an invisible force, but it comes in waves. And so energies are waves that we can trap the force out of it and use that force for our lives. Well, it's interesting because when you and I went to school, we talked about atoms, and this is in the Newtonian physical world. We looked at atoms as marbles, ball bearings, little tiny solar system, and it made sense, a physical atom in a physical world. In 1895, things changed because scientists first thought the atom was uncuttable. In fact, the Greek word atom means uncuttable. It was the smallest piece of the universe. But in 1895, scientists found there was something inside of atoms. They found there were electrons, neutrons, and protons. And they said, oh, smaller particles. But the biggest thing that happened in the world is when they started to say, so what's an electron made out of? What's a proton made out of? What's a neutron made out of? That's when they found out it was made out of energy. It's non-tangible. It's not physical. Atoms are made out of small nano-tornadoes of energy that we have called particles, like electrons and neutrons and protons. They're not particles, they're force fields. So this is the atom that you and I learned in school, but let me show you a picture of the atom as quantum physicists understand it, and here's the picture of the quantum atom. You can't see anything because there's nothing there. All atoms are made out of energy. But wait a minute. If atoms are made out of energy, then molecules, which are collections of atoms, are also energy. And I go, yeah. And then I say, wait, but molecules make cells. And I say, yeah, but cells are made out of energy. And I say, yeah, but cells make you. And the bottom line is simple. You see yourself as a physical reality, but in fact, you're an energy vortex. You're energy. In the world of quantum physics, you do not have a physical expression. And yet you say, come on, Bruce, I'm watching you. I'm in the audience. I see you on the stage. What do you mean you don't have a physical presence? And I go, wait, if I shut the lights off, you can't see me anymore. And all of a sudden you say, well, what does that mean? I say, you don't see me physically because I'm not physical. What you do see is the light bouncing off of me. So the fact is this, there is no physicality. What you see is physical, only you can see it in light. If you don't have the lights on, it doesn't exist as physical. But you can say, wait, in the dark, I can come up there and I can put my hand on you and I can feel you. And so you must be physical. And I go, no, wait. You've seen tornadoes. Can you drive a car through a tornado? Think about it. Tornado's coming. Can you accelerate your car and drive through a tornado? Yes or no? Absolutely not. If you hit a tornado, it'd be like hitting a stone wall. Why? It has a force field. It will push back on you. So you're made out of nano tornadoes called atoms, and when you push on somebody, you're not pushing on a physical structure, you're pushing on an energy field. So the hardest thing in our world is to let go of the fact that we think everything is so physical, when in fact everything is energy, and when you take it apart and look at the atoms, down to the bottom nitty-gritty, everything is energy. And so I said, what does an atom look like? I said, well, our picture looks like that, but here's what an atom really looks like. And in fact, that's not even accurate because this is what an atom looks like. An atom has no structure. It's a vortex of energy that sends out ripples and waves. Wait, You're made out of a vortex of energy, and you're sending out ripples and waves. I go, absolutely. And here's this wonderful article from Scientific American. Ignore the title. That's not what's relevant. Here's the subtitle. The subtitle, every atom or molecule emits and absorbs light of characteristic wavelengths. Got a quick question, folks. Are you made out of atoms and molecules, yes or no? Yes. What does it mean? Then you're giving off light all of the time and you're absorbing light. You are interacting with the energy field. You must let go of this physical separation that thinks you are separate from every other thing. You are not. You're tied up into an energy field. Come on, tell me you don't know that by walking into this room with Hay House audience. When you walked in the room, you could feel the energy coming off all the other people, and you were participating by contributing your energy as well. So the whole idea is this: you are entangled with energy. And this comes up to the next question. Well, does energy interact with each other? And I go, you take two rocks, you drop them in the pond, and the ripples come toward each other. And the question is this: does the ripple from one rock influence the ripple from the other rock? And the answer is absolutely. It's called entanglement. Now, I'm going to illustrate it for you in an experiment, but I got to show you why, because it's how you relate to everything on this planet. You relate first via energy, and this is very critical. This is scientific. So how does it work? So here's my little picture. What does it represent? I have two rocks, A and B. I drop each rock from the same height. They're the exact same size rock, same height. Drop them at exactly the same time into the water. And when I do that, the rocks hit the water, and then the ripples from each rock start coming toward each other. And the question is, what happens where the ripples meet? Because that will inform me of what happens when energy interacts. To show you how that does it, first I'll do it artificially. I'll just bring the waves and overlap them. Watch, here they come. Now they're going to overlap. I say, what is it, the result of the overlap? And I say, it's simple. You add up the values of the two waves. So +1, the value of that is +2. -1, the value is -2. And I say, so what is the result of these two rocks of the same size, dropped at the same time, hitting the water exactly at the same time? I say, watch. Two energies come together, and all of a sudden they interact, they add up. And why is that important? Because the height of the wave is power. You drop a little rock, you get a little wave. You drop a big rock, you get a big wave. So the height is power. Why is this important? Two energies that are in harmony with each other can come together and add up and add more energy than two of them as separate entities. And why is this important? Well, I'll give you the physical name. It's called constructive interference. That's when two energies in harmony come together. They interfere with each other, but it's constructive because the resulting energy is more powerful than the single energy. And you say, oh, Bruce, this is so sciencey. Where the hell is anything to do with people? So here's what I'm going to tell you about. And the answer is simple: because you have experienced constructive energy interference. You have personally felt what I am talking about, but you didn't call it constructive interference. You refer to it as good vibes. What are good vibes? You felt good vibes. I can tell you what it was. You were in some place. There were other people with the same harmonic energy as you, and when you met them, their energy, your energy came together, and you were elevated because of the two energies giving you more power. And this is the nature of community. As individuals come together, the power is raised in everybody in the community. In contrast, this looks like the same experiment, but it's slightly different. I'll tell you what the difference is. Same two rocks, same size, same height above the water, but this time I drop one rock before I drop the other rock. And you say, well, what's the significance? I go, the waves are not in phase. One ripple is going up, the other ripple is going down. When the one going down goes up, the other one is going down. They're out of phase. I say, well, what's the result of two out of phase energies coming together? I say, well, I can show you like we did last time, overlap. This time you can see that as the waves come together, you still add them up. This time, +1, -1, the net result is 0. +1, -1, net result is 0. So watch this. Two out-of-phase energies coming together. You can see they're out of phase. Watch what happens. Boom, flat, no energy at all. What's the relevance about that? It's an interference. but it's not constructive interference, it's destructive interference. I say, well, what does that mean? I say, okay, you experienced it as well. It's called bad vibes. And what are bad vibes? Bad vibes are you're in some place and you feel vulnerable. You lose your energy. You feel weak. Something is wrong, and you can feel it in your body. And what is it telling you? You're losing energy. I say, why is that important? Well, if energy is life and you lose energy, you're losing your life. And this is the communication that tells an organism whether they're in the right place or the wrong place. Be it a bacterium or a human, it doesn't make any difference. You read the energy of every place you are and everyone you meet. And this becomes very critical because when you're looking for relationships, you want a relationship in any form that advances and empowers your energy, not one that takes away your energy. It's also important because of this. Energy is the primary communication of every living organism on this planet. Every organism, from a bacterium to a human, uses energy as the primary means of communication. A lion and a gazelle, do they have to meet each other? No. The gazelle doesn't have to go up to the lion and go, excuse me, are you my friend? It doesn't have to do that. The gazelle from far away can feel the energy and say, oh my God, bad vibes. And bad vibe says, get the hell out of here. And so the whole idea about it is this. All organisms use energy to identify if they're in the right place or the wrong place. Are they with the right people or they're with the wrong people? Humans, unfortunately, we went beyond our capacity because what did we do? What did we learn as children? Don't go by your feelings. Listen to what the person has to say. I say, wow, biggest mistake you've ever made in your entire life. Because words can cover up truth and feelings. And our whole idea is this: vibration is always true. The words could be false. If you would read the vibration of an individual and trust your ability to read your heart vibration, you will know exactly if you're with a person you should be with or not. If you listen to the words, you're going to buy the Brooklyn Bridge, and they're going to give you flowery, wonderful words of how great they are, and they're going to rip you off. That's why every organism except humans, the primary means of communication is vibration. We have that ability, but we fail to use it. And we must use it because if you're looking for a relationship, you're really looking for the positive vibes. Just to show you what it looks like in real life, on an oscilloscope, it looks kind of strange here, but you'll see it. There's blue and red waves, two waves like from the rocks. And the black wave is the added up value. I said add up the value of the waves. So the black wave is the composite. Now watch what happens when the waves pass through each other. Constructive. Now watch, the waves are out of phase. No energy. Destructive interference. Now watch, the waves come back in power again. That's constructive, higher energy. Then they go back out. Destructive interference. So this is how the waves work. They interact with each other in this way. So you have to understand, why is it important to go by your feelings when you meet somebody? And the answer is this. It is the first absolute truth about who that individual is. If that individual is in harmony with you, you will feel it. And if they're not in harmony with you, you pay attention, you'll also feel it. And this is why nature gave us that opportunity to live that way. I say, well, this is interesting because I could take a look at this and I say, how many of you have ever heard or seen a vocalist reach a certain note and break a crystal goblet or break glass? Anybody's ever seen that, right? Okay, well, how does that work? Why does it work? And the answer is simple. I'll use a tuning fork instead of a voice. A tuning fork has a vibrational frequency. The atoms, remember, all atoms are like spinning tornadoes. They have frequencies. And the significance is, if the tuning fork frequency and the atom's frequencies are in harmony, when I hit the tuning fork, what's going to happen to the goblet? So I show you, we got the vibration of the atoms, the vibration of the tuning fork, and I say, what happens when the vibrations come together? And I say, if they're in harmony with each other, it's called constructive interference. Watch what happens. Constructive interference causes the power of the energies to increase. And you say, well, what does that mean? I say, look, the shape of a goblet has a shape because the atoms are holding themselves together. But what will happen if the atoms start to vibrate too fast? If they vibrate too fast, they can't hold on to each other. The net result is the goblet explodes. It didn't break, it explodes because the atoms are spinning too fast to hold themselves together. That is harmonic resonance, or also known as constructive interference. Now, by now, you're still saying, what does this have to do with me? It's coming. Wait 1 minute. But I'll give this experiment. 5 goblets, 5 different frequencies. Tuning fork has one frequency, frequency X. The goblet's frequency V, W, X, Y, and Z. My question is this. I hit the tuning fork. What's going to happen to the goblets in my picture? Okay? That's enough time. Here's the answer. The answer is this. The goblet that is in harmony or in resonance will explode. The other goblets will not move. And this is very important. Why? Frequencies that are in harmony constructively interfere with each other, but if there are other frequencies in the field and they're not part of that, they don't respond. Now, finally, I say, well, why is this important? Because you've heard of electroencephalograph. They put wires on your head and they read your brain activity. I go, yeah. And that's because the electrical activity of the brain is conducted through the skin. But then I go, wait, there's a new technology. Not electroencephalograph, it's called magnetoencephalograph. Instead of reading the electrical current, it reads the magnetic field. I say, why is that important? Because in this picture, it's an old picture of a new technology. Note that the probe is not touching the person's head. It's off of their head. When you say, well, why is that important? Because you can read brain activity outside of your head. The significance is very important. Your thoughts are not contained in your head. Your thoughts are broadcast out into the field. I can read them out here with a probe. And you say, well, why is that relevant? I go, well, then your head, by definition, is more like a tuning fork. Your thoughts are a tuning fork. And I say, but why is that relevant? I go, okay, let's look at a tuning fork and 4 goblets. I have 4 different goblets here. The one on the left is the couple arguing with each other. The second one here is a woman looking off thinking, oh my God, how did I always end up with these idiots? The third one is a couple kissing over a beautiful candlelit dinner. And the fourth one is a courtroom scene where each couple is pointing to the other one as the cause of the problem. And I say, well, what is this important? Because the person who is using their head is sending out a visual image via the vibration of their brain. What is it going to do? By definition, it's only going to interact with something that's in harmony, constructively interfering with something that is in same resonance as the thought. If your thoughts are negative, then this will be the goblet you'll wake up, the fighting and the yelling one. In contrast, if your thoughts are going out and they're more positive, then you're more likely to activate that third goblet with a loving one. I'm telling you a very important piece of science here in a very short way, but I'm telling you what this is. Your thoughts are resonating with the world. Anything that is in harmony with your thoughts will move. Anything that is not in harmony with your thoughts will not move. What's the relevance? The things you bring into your life are not accidents. The things that come into your life are things that resonate with your thoughts. And therefore, when you look at your world, are you bringing in happy people? Are you bringing in love and all the joy? Are you bringing in aggravation and pain and all that? And I'm going to tell you why it's important. Those things didn't just show up at your doorstep. They matched your thought process. And all of a sudden you realize you are creating with your thoughts. And it becomes very critical because you're not a victim of your biology. You're a victim of your thoughts. And now all of a sudden I say, but what about those thoughts? So I said, well, let's come back to those in a little bit, because I want to take one more step, because we're talking about the vibration of love and the vibration of community and of coupling. But I also want to show you something that's based on the experiments that I did 45 years ago when I was working with stem cells. What are stem cells? They're embryonic cells. They're in your body. You got billions of embryonic cells. You say, what do you mean embryonic cells? I'm 40, 50, 60 years old. And I go, listen, every day, as Carl Sagan would say, you lose hundreds of billions of your cells. The whole idea is this: yes, cells die every day, hundreds of billions, numbers that are too big for you to even imagine. They die every day from attrition and old age and damage, and you still are here, so you've got to have an obvious point. If I'm losing hundreds of billions of cells every day, then obviously something is replacing hundreds of billions of cells every day, and I go, yes, they're called stem cells. everybody in this room has got stem cells because you're in this room. You have no stem cells, you're dead. So if you're here and you're breathing, then you've got stem cells. And I said, well, what's neat about this experiment, what I did 45 years ago? And I said this. I select one embryonic cell, put it in a petri dish all by itself. So like at the top, every 10 or 12 hours, the cells divide. First 1 cell, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. After a week, I've got 50,000 cells in the petri dish. But here's the most important point about the cells. They're all genetically identical. They came from the same single parent cell. So I have 50,000 genetically identical cells. That's not the experiment. This is the experiment. I take the cells out of this petri dish and put them into different petri dishes, but I change the environment for the cells. You say, what's the environment for a cell? I say, well, cells are like fish. They have to live in an aquarium. That's why when you cut yourself open, all the fluids leak out. So your cells are bathed in a fluid. I call it culture medium. And I say, well, what am I doing? Here's what I'm doing. I'm taking an embryonic cell and putting it into another petri dish where they change the chemistry of the environment a little bit. So I take some cells out of the dish, put it in environment A, the cells form muscle. I go, okay, wait. Go back to the same dish, take more cells out of that dish, and put it into another dish, environment B, with a different chemistry. They form bone. Wait. Go back to the same dish, take more cells out, put it into a third dish with a different environment, and the cells form fat cells. Okay, I know we talk science, but even you can figure this one out. What controls the fate of a cell? The environment, yes, even though they were genetically identical, which is the biggest key. The genes didn't determine the fate of the cell. The environment determined the fate of the cell. The genes offer potential. The environment selects from that potential. So all of a sudden you start to recognize this, that the fate of cells is controlled not by the genes, but by the environment. You say, well, why is that relevant? I can tell you a simple point right now. Oh, let's take a look at it this way. It's a new science called epigenetics. This is what I wrote about in 2005. This is what my research showed in 1967. The significance of epigenetics, you were programmed with a science called genetics. What does that mean? Genes control your traits. The science of epigenetics, it almost sounds exactly the same, but it's a revolution, a total revolution. Epi means above. So when I say epigenetics, I am literally saying above the gene. It's a science that says genes control nothing. This is a little thing you mislearned somewhere along the way, that genes are controlling your life. Genes have no self-actualization. Genes don't turn on, genes don't turn off, genes don't control anything. But genes are controlled by something above the genes, epigenetics. Epigenetics is the environment. So I take a dish of cells, simple point. Listen, I take a dish of cells and put them in an environment that's not that great, less than optimal. What happens to my cells when I put them in a petri dish where the environment's not any good? What do you think happens to the cells? Okay, I'll tell you. The cells get sick, and the cells begin to die. And if I could have a cell physician show up at the house, which is unlikely, but I could bring one up, I would say to that physician, take a look at my cells, and the physician would look in there and go, Bruce, your cells are sick. And I say, I know, that's why I called you. And he says, we should give them some medicine. And I stand up and I go, absolutely not. Give them no medicine. You go, what's wrong with you? I say, you want to make the cells well? Listen to this. Just take the petri dish from the bad environment, move it back into the good environment, and the cells will instantaneously get well. What's the point? The expression of a cell is a complement to the environment. So look at our illnesses: cancer, heart disease, diabetes, Alzheimer's. Any of these diseases, we were all attributing to genes. It turns out these diseases are almost all primarily environmentally controlled. Why is that relevant? You're the one that controls the environment. So all of a sudden, you have absolute power over your genes when you understand the environment you are creating for your cells is determining their fate. The genes do not control you, you control the genes. You are a master, except you've been misinformed. And all of a sudden, you have a belief that, oh, the genes are going to give me cancer. And I go, well, that's an environmental thought. I can create cancer just by the belief of having a cancer, and I can remove a cancer by changing a belief. And it's so critical. And the issue is you're saying, okay, Bruce, come on now. These are cells in a plastic petri dish. And I go, well, very interesting you said that, because of a very simple understanding. When you look at yourself, you see a single individual looking back in the mirror at you. I look at me and say, oh yeah, the single human by the name of Bruce looking back. And I go, big mistake of perception. Why? Here's the truth. You are not a single entity. You are comprised of 50 trillion cells. The cells are the living entity. You, by absolute definition, are a community of cells, with the cells being the individual elements of life. So all of a sudden, when you look at your human body, it's not a single thing, it's a giant community of cells. So here's the joke. You are skin-covered petri dishes. You've got 50 trillion cells under here. Why is it relevant? Whether it's a plastic dish or a skin dish, move it to a bad environment, the cells will get sick. Move it back into a good environment, the cells will get well. So all of a sudden, your cells in your body are exactly responding to the same thing as cells in a plastic petri dish is. You do not need that pharmaceutical industry which is ripping you off and killing you. But you have to understand them. So wait, in my plastic petri dish, the culture medium was controlling the fate of the cells. I say, yeah, but in your skin-covered dish, what controls the fate of your cells? And the answer is the culture medium, which is what? Blood. I say, yeah, but what determines the character of your blood? Number one, nutrition. That's another lecture I'm not going to go into right now, because I want to talk about the second thing that determines the character of your blood, which is the cellular signals. And you go, what are you talking about, cellular signals? And I'm saying the chemistry of your blood is controlled by the chemicals released by your nervous system. Hormones, growth factors, regulators. These are chemicals that come from your head that go into your blood and become part of the culture medium. So why is this relevant? The fact is that you are controlling your expression by changing your chemistry. And I say, yeah, but what causes your chemistry? And I say, the composition of your blood. Then I say, yeah, but what controls the composition of your blood? Your mind. And I'm going to go into that. Why? It's your mind that can create the suboptimum environment for your cells and cause illness. Change your mind, change your environment. That's what it's all about. So I go, oh, well, how does it work? And I say, well, here, I put cells in a culture dish. I split them up into two dishes. One culture dish, I put nutrients in front of the cells. The other dish, I put toxins in front of the cells. I put the dishes in the incubator and wait for a period of time. Where do you think the cells are going to be in each of the two different dishes? I think you already know where the cells are going to be. In regard to the nutrients, the cells are going to move to the nutrients. Cells move towards signals that give life. In contrast, when the toxins are in the dish, the cells move away from the toxins because they threaten life. So it becomes very simple to understand. Your life, which is based on your cells, is dependent on seeking out positive environments and avoiding negative environments. That's what it's all about. How do you know if you're in the right or wrong environment? Good vibes and bad vibes. That's basically where we go back to that, okay? So it's important to recognize we talk about adaptive reactions to the environment in which you live. These are making the appropriate response when you have a bad, life-threatening stimulus to make the right response to move away from it, in contrast to something good in your environment, recognizing that's what you move toward. So I go, wow, cells move toward things that give them life, and they move away from things that threaten life. And there's a third response. It's the zero, the neutral response. I refer to this as elevator music. And the reason why is you go in the elevator and they're playing the music and you're not going to dance and you're not going to die. It's just background. So it says this, point, organisms, and we'll go down to the level of cell, but a human is a community of cells. Organisms, in response to a positive signal, go to it because it enhances life and growth, and in negative signals, they move away from it because it threatens life. And a third response is no response. If something out there doesn't really influence you, it's just background, okay? And I say then the signals from the environment cause motion. Motion, cells move in response to the signals. I go, humans do the same thing, but we have 50 trillion cells, so it's not so digital one way or the other way. I got 50 trillion cells. What does it mean? We move toward love. Why? I'm going to just, get short to the point. Love is the ultimate nutrient for a living organism. Love exceeds food. If you have love, you can get by without the food. Love is number one. You will always seek it out. And if it's on the other side of a mountain, you either climb the mountain or make a tunnel to go through that because you must find that love. That's part of your life. In contrast, fear is the opposite. Fear says there's something that's threatening you, move away from it, put a wall up, make protection. So humans, like cells, respond to the stimuli in the environment. So I say, yeah, but what do we call that? I said, well, we call it motion, and it's controlled by neuropeptides. Those are the translation of the environmental signals by your brain. Your brain reads the environment and then releases chemicals to tell the cells move forward or backwards. So in response to the neuropeptides, you have motion, but in humans, we refer to these motions driven by environmental signals as emotions. Emotions are your response to environmental signals. Some of them bring you towards something, some emotions take you away from something, okay? So now I say the chemistry in your body is controlling your movements, your motions, and your health. And I go, okay, what are the chemicals involved with the biological imperative? Well, I said, not the part about the individual where you need food, water, and all that. What about reproduction? I say, there are two fundamental chemicals that control reproduction in all animals. And I say, well, what are these chemicals? I say, one is estrogen and one is testosterone. I say, you put that in a petri dish with animals, and what's going to happen is you're going to cause males and females to come together. And this is a state of reproduction, boom, and all of a sudden you have all these offspring. All of this happens below the level of consciousness. You're driven by estrogen and testosterone, but it's unconscious, so you don't even know it. You're just moving to the chemistry, and your 50 trillion cells are listening to the signals coming from your brain, estrogen and testosterone, to put you into this reproduction mode. But what's interesting about this is it's not specific or personal to you in any way, sense, or ever. So for example, I want to show you the slide. Just be careful of the following slide. If you have kids here in the room, there's nudity and sexual content. So here's a slide. Let's go. Let's see. Here we go. Okay, there it is. Male and female frogs come together, driven totally by the chemistry, no thought process involved. There's not thinking that says, oh, she's a beautiful Ronapippians. No, she's a frog, and she's got estrogen, and I got testosterone, and we do all of it together. It's not personal, so look at it this way. It's a little impersonal. But when we rise to higher levels of organisms, we change the response. And how does it work? So let me give you the insight of how your biology works. It's very simple. There are environmental signals that come from outside the body and environmental signals from inside the body. I said, who reads the signals? The brain reads the signals. It gives you perceptions. But then here comes the next most important part, and this is critical because it's going to tie everything together in a few minutes. It's not directly the brain's perceptions that count. It's the mind's interpretation. What did you interpret from the signal? So the mind interprets a signal and then causes the brain to release chemistry that are in alignment with the mind. Simple point. I love hot Mexican food. I mean, so jalapeno hot that perspiration comes out of my forehead when I eat this food. And yet, I invite a friend over to eat dinner with me. They take a bite of this food and they go, oh my God, how can you eat this? This is like terrible, it's poison. And the whole idea is this. We both have exactly the same perceptions. It's the same pepper creating the same response, but we have different minds. Our minds interpret those responses differently. So we both got the same chemical response, but our minds created me, hey, this is the greatest food ever. Them, how could you kill me with this food? And so the mind interprets the signals, the mind sends signals back into the brain, and here's where the important part comes from. The mind causes the brain to release chemicals that go into the blood and through the nervous system, and those chemicals go to the cells and control the behavior and gene activity. So the relevance is this. Your mind and your perceptions get together and create the chemistry of your culture medium, the blood, which in turn controls the fate of your cells. I said, well, it's interesting because we have emotions. So we have love and fear and anger. And I go, that's a simple way of looking at it. This is what emotions look like. Emotions, consider emotions as colors. There's not just one red and one green and one blue. They're all ranges of emotions. I go, well, how do you create these colors? I say, in the back of the paint shop is a machine. And the machine's got tints, different colored tints. And on every little color chip, there's a formula that says how many drops of this tint, how many drops of this tint, how many drops of this tint, and you mix them and you create all the colors. And I go, cool. We have all these different tints. I can create the entire spectrum of the rainbow, and if emotions are colors, then you can see I can create the greatest range of emotions. I don't have just love and fear. I have like, which is a little bit small love. And I really like something, that's a little bit more toward love. And I really love something and I adore something. These are ranges of colors. So I say, well, how does you get the colors? I say, the brain is the color mixer. And I say, how does it work? Instead of tints, the brain has neurochemicals, and they're mixed in different variations and different ratios to create different responses. So I say instead of colors, we have cytokines, which are hormones, oxytocin, adrenaline, serotonin, dopamine. I say, when you have a mind response, the mind translates your response into these neurochemicals, and these colors shade your emotions, give you your emotions, okay? So, well, I'm a cellular biologist. All of us in this room are self-biologists. We're all creating our biology. And I say, well, what does the slide show? The brain is creating the culture medium, the blood in the flask. The culture medium created by the brain is used to feed the cells in your skin-covered petri dish, so that the fate of your cells is a reflection of what your brain is interpreting. So to give you a simple thing, let's say you sit here, you open your eyes, and someone you love is in front of your eyes. I say, what does the brain do? Oh, the brain releases dopamine, oxytocin, vasopressin, growth hormone. I say, what about those chemicals? What do they do? They give you the feeling of love. They give you the feeling of health. They actually make you healthy. If I take those chemicals and put them in a plastic petri dish, the cells grow exuberantly well. That's why people glow when they're in love. The chemistry from the brain is fulfilling the absolute chemical needs of your cells, giving them full health. I go, yeah, same person opens their eyes, but they don't see someone they love. They open their eyes and they see someone that scares them. So they're not in love, now they're in fear. And I say, the love chemicals don't come out of that person. Now a whole different set of chemicals come out. Stress hormones, inflammatory agents, chemicals of protection, chemicals of walling yourself off, and all of these chemicals shut down the system. If I put the chemicals of fear that come from your brain in a plastic petri dish with cells, the cells stop growing and begin dying. Fear kills. It kills because the chemistry doesn't support life. So all of a sudden it says, well, how are your cells doing in your petri dish? I go, well, how's your culture medium? You say, well, I don't know. I said, well, what are your thoughts? Because your thoughts are being turned into chemistry. Positive thoughts giving you more positive chemistry, negative thoughts the negative chemistry. So I go to you and I say, what are the chemicals that come out in love? And the most important chemical that comes out in love is called dopamine. And when you're in love, the dopamine levels shoot up real high. And dopamine is pleasure and motivation. Yeah, when you perceive love, you're in pleasure and you're motivated. Yes, that's exactly what it's about. Sadness is actually shut down because sadness is in low dopamine. You don't have dopamine, you're sad. You put dopamine in, you're happy. So falling in love, number one, gives you pleasure and motivation because that's what the chemicals do in the culture medium. Number two, vasopressin. It gives you your sexuality, and it's associated with attraction and anxiety. And I go, well, wait, when you're in love, what happens to vasopressin? It shoots up. And what does that mean? You become sexual, you become more attractive, the other people become more attractive, and your anxiety levels drop down. I say, cool, cool. When you're in love, you release oxytocin. I say, what is oxytocin? Trust, attachment, and fear. I say, well, what happens when you're in love? Oxytocin is released in the system. You begin to have severe trust with your partner. You're attached to your partner. You lose fear when you're with your partner. And I say, wow, why would nature do this for bonding? So now I'm going to give you just take a sidestep for a moment and tell you one of the most important things. Why are we going through all this? Why are you seeking love, not just having frog sex? You know, frog sex, who cares what the other person is? It doesn't make any difference. And the answer is simply this: survival. The biological imperative is based on survival. Primitive organisms like frogs can mate, and the eggs develop into tadpoles, which are self-sufficient. So the mother and father frog don't have to be there. You know, it's like, hey, we just had some sex there, which was not even touching each other really. And we have babies, light up a cigarette, enjoy your life, go away. The babies are on their own. But the significance is, as you go up the evolutionary scale, babies are born less complete as you go higher and higher. It takes a period of time for an infant of higher organisms to be self-sustaining, self-sufficient. I say, well, let's say in a human, how long does it take? Well, we have to say probably at least 13 years. I say, why is that important? And the answer is this: by nature's understanding, to make reproduction successful, they need to have a couple come together for at least 13 years. I said, well, how does nature ensure that? And here's the fun part, you ready? Nature rewards you when you do something right by giving you pleasure. Pleasure is in relationships. Pleasure is what keeps you together. Pleasure is nature's way of saying, stay together for the 13 years for that kid. And the significance is it must reward you, or why would anybody stay together at all? So the fact is, dopamine gives you the pleasure. Oxytocin is the one that says, this is the one you bond with. And so you're having pleasure, you're having attraction, and now you're having bonding. And then on top of that, just to assure you that you don't forget why you're there, a third or fourth chemical is released, and it's called serotonin. Serotonin is related to aggression, obsession, addiction. Why is this relevant? When you fall in love, guess what? Serotonin levels go straight up. Why is that important? You're addicted to love. Love is a chemical addiction. It's the same chemical that heroin addicts get when they they shoot up the heroin. They're addicted to it. You're addicted to love. Why? Because nature said, this is required for the biological imperative. So it's not going to give you a lot of, anxiety over. It's going to say, you know where all that pleasure is coming from? If you stay there, you can have pleasure for the life of this child until it's, capable of being on its own. Also note that serotonin, obsession, and aggression go up. And you go, well, that doesn't sound right. And I go, when you fall out of love, there's that rage that comes when people fall out of love. Oh, to give you a simple example, how many of you have ever pet a cat, and the cat starts purring, and then you want to take your hand off and stop petting? What does the cat do? Grabs you with its claws and hangs on. That's aggression that says, don't stop with the pleasure. And so the whole idea is we are chemically driven by nature to be in love because it's part of the biological imperative. It is required that human species survive by raising their children, at least for that time period, and nature wants to be sure that it supports that, so it rewards you with the quality of what love was all about. So it's not just an accident, it's a way of life. So the interesting understanding at this point is this: we have 7 chakras. The bottom 3 chakras, which are the solar plexus, the sacral, and the root, these bottom 3 are body influences. Everything I've talked about, vibration, chemistry, all of that is an influence on your body, okay? But now we want to talk about the top 3. And the relevance about that is that we move up and we're going to talk about the mind. Now here's the critical part about the mind. Just listen to this. It's a short sentence, but it means everything in the world if you understand this one short sentence. The function of the mind is to create coherence between what you believe and the reality you experience. Think about that. If you have a belief that you're going to have cancer, the function of the mind is to turn the cells into cancer cells. You can create cancer just from the belief of it. If you believe that you're not worthy of love, then by definition, the behavior that you will express will reveal that you're not worthy of love, and you won't get there. So all of a sudden you start to realize then what's happening in your life is dependent upon the mind. What are your thoughts in your mind? And this is where we all get screwed up, because there are two minds. To understand the nature of the most important part of the mind, I want to talk about raising an elephant in India. How do you tie up an elephant that's 12 feet tall? You tie up an elephant that's 12 feet tall to your house, when you're not looking, it'll just pull your house down. So how do you tie up an elephant? And the answer is simple. When the elephant's young and it's only a couple of feet tall, you tie a big rope on its leg, and every time the elephant's not working in the field or something, you tie the elephant to a big stake, and they got this rope. Every day the elephant gets up and says, this rope can't get away from the rope. It kicks, it rolls on its back, it just flails out trying to get away from the rope. After 2 months, the elephant realizes when the rope is on its leg, it can't go anywhere. It tried everything. It can't escape the rope. So after 2 months, guess what? It has learned now that when the rope is on its leg, it can't go anywhere. But now, this elephant is 12 feet tall. I say, well, how do you tie up an elephant that's that big? And the answer is, you just tie the rope on its leg. You don't even have to tie it to a stake. You just tie the rope on. The moment the rope is on, the learned program of helplessness exceeds, and then what happens is the elephant doesn't even try to move because it's already learned the rope doesn't let me move, so it doesn't even try. Why is this important? I'm going to tell you all right now. All of us have been disempowered like that monster elephant by the programming that we got in the first years of our lives. We all have ropes on our legs that were put onto us by our community and our family and the programming that we received when we were very young. We are so powerful and have no belief in our own power. We've been programmed not to. So now, I'm going to explain it, and this, hopefully I'll get this done. 33 minutes, here we go. Two minds, conscious mind, subconscious mind. Most important thing you have to know is this. We have been misled about their connectivity. They are two interdependent minds. They're not the same mind. They work together, but they're separate, and they learn in different ways. If you don't understand that, then your life has been a struggle. When you understand the two minds learn differently and interact differently, then you will begin to have the power to take back control over your minds. So let's start with this. The conscious mind is the latest addition of the brain. It's a lump of tissue in your brain right behind your forehead. That's called the prefrontal cortex, okay? Now the significance is this. This is an add-on. This is a very important part of our evolution. It's interesting because the subconscious, by definition, then represents the rest of the brain. If the conscious is this lobe in the front, the rest of the mass of the brain, 90% of the brain, is subconscious, okay? But now here's the difference. Profound, if you didn't know this, this is the secret to life. The conscious mind is you. It's your identity, your source, your spirit, your uniqueness. You are in the conscious mind. Imagine the conscious mind, that lobe of tissue with a desk, and you sit behind a desk and look out the windows called the eyes. You're sitting there. That's who you are. Number two, the conscious mind is the creative mind. The conscious mind is creative. I ask you, what do you want from your life? Oh, I want to be healthy. I want to have great relationships. I want a great job. I go, where did those answers come from? That's a creative answer. So by definition, it came from the conscious mind. I go, wow, so the conscious mind, guess what? It has your wishes, desires, and aspirations. Everything you want from your life is a creation from the conscious mind. Everything you wish and desire is from the conscious mind. It's also the center of positive thinking, which has got some bad vibes and bad connections, but I'll explain why, okay? In contrast, the subconscious mind doesn't have an entity in it. There's nobody there. And the subconscious mind is a record playback device. Record your life experiences. Anything that repeats, it will remember the repeat so you don't have to learn it every time. It's the most powerful, wonderful thing to have. A lot of people think the subconscious is where all the evil and where all the bad stuff comes from. No. Subconscious is fundamentally the most important thing you have. Why? If you didn't have the subconscious, you wouldn't be able to walk out of this room. You learned how to walk years ago, but once you learned, you don't have to think about it. It's automatic. If you drove your car here, you don't have to think about the details of driving after you've been driving for a while, although you didn't know how to drive when you first started. When you repeat something, you create habits. So the subconscious mind is primarily habitual. Primarily habitual, meaning it records things and plays them back, okay? It's important to recognize that it has your instincts and your life experiences. Now I'm going to tell you the part that blows you out of the water and where you lost all your power. You can acquire habits in the subconscious mind that you have no personal experience with because you can get it from other people, teachers, your family, your community. They're acquired programs. So for example, a child can become a bigot without even knowing who they're bigoted against. They never even met one of these people. They just heard through their family that these people are bad. Well, they haven't even met one, but they already know they're bad, so what does that mean? They got a habit program without even seeing one of these people. So many of the programs in the subconscious come through an education process. These are two different minds working together interdependently, okay? And it becomes very critical. It's very critical when you understand how it works, because the conscious mind is you, the subconscious mind are the programs. You have programs. You got programs. When did you get these programs? Well, here's a story about a chimp in a lab in Japan. They were teaching the mother chimp. 3 years they were teaching her a computer program. And what would happen is she would activate the computer, and on the screen would come a kanji, Japanese script for a color. Underneath the script was a color bar. And when she could accurately select the right color represented by the Japanese script, a coin comes out of the computer, and then she could go to a vending machine and get a treat, fruits, nuts, or whatever she wanted. Well, during this time, there's a little baby. It's hard to see her. The little baby's head is on her chest. And the little chimp is only a few months old, can't even really walk. And the mother is going through the learning exercise, so she gets the coin one day by selecting the right color. She goes to the vending machine, leaves the infant. The infant can't even really walk, pulls itself up to the computer, activates the computer, the script comes up, the infant selects the right color, the coin comes out, the infant grabs the coin, and the scientists are looking like, who the hell taught the chimp baby that? It took 3 years to teach the mother. And they came up with an understanding that is profound. It suggests that infants pick up such skills solely by observation and don't have to be actively coached by their parents. Point? There is no difference between you and a baby chimp in your growing up part. You were programmed by just observing your parents starting at age 0. The moment you were born, your brain was designed to observe others and learn their behavior. And so when I talked about EEG, I could read your brain activity. There are all different frequencies of EEG. As adults, we have 4 ranges of EEG frequencies, but kids don't have that. Kids ramp up their EEG frequencies over time. So for the first year or so of a child's life, the EEG activity of a child is predominantly delta, which is sleep. But that's because a baby is sleeping most of the time in his first year of life. From 2 until age 7, not 6, age 7, the child's EEG activity is primarily called theta. Theta is a state of imagination. And this is where children live, between 2 and 6. They live in the imaginary world and mix it with the real world. You tell a kid, that's not a horse, that's a broom you're riding. And the kid looks at you like, what are you, crazy? It's a horse. I'm riding a horse. Because they can take the imaginary world and put it in the real world and mix it together. That's called theta. After 7, the child is predominantly in alpha. Alpha is calm consciousness, childlike consciousness. By 12, the child ramps up its EEG to the next higher level, beta, which is schoolroom-focused consciousness. This is why the education changes between kids under 12 and kids over 12, because kids over 12 can handle complex education. Kids under 12 can't do that. And I go in and I say, well, this is really beautiful. As an adult, you go through all the ranges all day, beta, alpha, theta, delta, every day. But a child doesn't do that every day. And what's most important is this. The first 6 to 7 years of a child's life is called the programmable period. Why? And here's the secret. You ready? Theta is hypnosis. Theta is hypnosis. A child through 7 is in hypnosis. Why? Well, think about it this way. How many facts does it take to be a member of a family and a community? How many thousands of facts must you learn to be an active member of a family and a community? I'm going to say, take a 1-year-old and a 2-year-old kid and try and teach them that. And the answer is, you can't do that. I say, yes, nature took care of it. Nature said you don't have to teach them. The brain will just record. It will watch the mother, it will watch the father, it will watch the siblings, it will watch the community. Every behavior is totally downloaded and recorded. Well, guess what? No consciousness. When does consciousness begin? 7. Why is it relevant? Then the programming before 7 is downloaded without your ability to criticize the programming. You just downloaded whatever the hell you saw. You watch your mother, you watch your father, you watch your family and how they live, and that became your behavior. So this is the important part of enculturation. This is how you know how to be a member of society without going to school in the first 7 years. Okay? Now comes the part of, you want to know, and I'm going to just tell you right now, what I'm going to tell you next is the part that sabotages almost everybody's ability to find true love on this planet. I'm going to tell you a fact. Not only do we learn enculturation in this period, but we also learn who are we as individuals. How do you know who you are as an individual? And the answer is, because other people tell you who you are. You record them word for word. It's hypnosis. I say, why is that relevant? I say, well, how many of us came from families that go, oh my, you're the smartest little kid that ever came here. You're so smart and you're beautiful and you can do everything. There's nothing you can't do. You're going to be a great success and your life is beautiful. Okay, 1 or 2 of you may have raised your hand. The rest of us come from typical families, and let me tell you what a typical family is all about. Parents are coaches. Parents are trying to coach that kid to be a member of the family team. So how does a coach work? Coaches are critical. When an athlete isn't doing well, the coach says, come on, you can do better than that. That's not good enough. You don't deserve this. And a child who's at that level of coaching in an athletic team is not in hypnosis, they're in above alpha. Why is that important? Because when an adult says these things to them, when you're old enough, your consciousness can understand what they're trying to tell you. Oh, you're just not performing up to today's, what you could do better, we know that, and I'm just trying to stick you with a pin to make you perform better. If the kid is under 7 and hears these things, there's no consciousness. They're recording. What are they recording? Not good enough. You don't deserve this. You're not lovable. Who do you think you are? You're a sickly child. Why is this relevant? Think about that. We all came from this. If you were under 7, you didn't consciously try to understand what your parents said. You recorded that. What's the net result? I'll tell you. And every time I've done belief change programs and workshops, we start off with a question. People make a statement, put their arm out, do muscle tests. And the statement is this: I love myself. 80% or more of the people in every program will not test positive to that statement. And you say, wow. And I go, no, you don't get it. If you don't love yourself, by definition, you cannot be loved by anybody else. Think of the reason. If you don't love yourself and someone says they love you, you have to look at them and go, well, you have no quality control. I can't love me. How the hell can you love me? And if you don't love yourself and your mind's function is to do what? Take your beliefs and turn them into reality. If you don't love yourself, you will sabotage yourself and lose all your relationships because of a belief of not loving yourself. You say, yeah, but I'm running my life with my conscious mind. These are subconscious programs. I go, oh, your conscious mind. Yes, that's the one with wishes and desires and aspirations. I love that mind. Now I'm going to tell you the bad news. Science, the secret mind, how your unconscious really shapes your decisions. Listen to this. According to cognitive neuroscientists, we are conscious of only about 5% of our cognitive activity, so most of our decisions, actions, emotions, and behaviors depend on the 95% of the brain activity that goes beyond conscious awareness, which is subconscious. What's the point? You're only creating 5% of your life based on your wishes and your desires. 95% of your life is coming from the subconscious programs. You say, I don't understand. And I'm going to tell you why 5 and 95. And here's the answer. One other fact about the conscious mind. The conscious mind is not time-bound. I say to you, what are you doing next week? And your conscious mind lets go of the moment and goes into next week. I say, wait, what did you do last Friday? And your conscious mind lets go of the current moment and starts to review what you did last Friday. Or I say, I want you to think about this. And the moment you think about it, your conscious mind goes up into the thinking room and disconnects from the current moment. What's the point? The conscious mind is traveling. Every time you have a thought, it's not paying attention. How many times or percent of the day are you in thought? 95%. What does that mean? Only 5% of your day is your conscious mind paying attention to this current moment, what's going on right here. That means 95% of the day you're playing subconscious programs. You say, yeah, but these are a lot of the negative, bad programs. I go, absolutely. You say, but I would see it. And I go, no. I say this, go back in your life. You must have had a friend you were very close with at some time. You knew your friend's behavior very, very well. And I say, you also knew your friend's parent. And at some point you saw that your friend has some of the exact same behavior as their parent. You get excited and you want to tell your friend and you go, hey, you know, Bill, you're just like your dad. And you back away from Bill. Bill goes totally ballistic. How can you compare me to my dad? Most people are familiar with this. And I go, it's one of the most profound stories I can tell you for a simple reason. Everybody else can see that Bill behaves like his dad. Who's the one that doesn't see it? Bill. And you go, well, how come he doesn't see it? And the answer is this. Because his conscious mind's thinking. And when his conscious mind's when he's thinking and not paying attention, the default is the subconscious mind. The subconscious mind doesn't even have time to it. That's another characteristic. Subconscious mind is always in the present moment. If you could ask your subconscious mind, when did I learn how to walk? It would go, today. It doesn't know past and future. So whatever you learned as a 3-year-old is just as fresh today in the subconscious mind as it was then. And you are operating 95% of the time from the subconscious mind. So the relevance is this. Regular life, 5% wishes, desires, aspirations, positive thinking, 95% invisible, subconscious behavior. So your life is not created by wishes and desires. Your life is created by programming. You have been programmed. And the programming has been, as psychologists will tell you, 70% or more disempowering, limiting, and self-sabotaging. That's your subconscious mind. And it's been passed from generation to generation. Why? Because parents don't even know they're teaching you that stuff. Why? Because the kid doesn't talk to the parents. The kid observes and watches everything the parent does. And so if the parent came with bad behavior, the child will have bad behavior. Yeah, but the parent, where to get its behavior from? Its family and its family. And the significance is things run in families. And when we used to look biologically, anything that ran in family was genetic. And it turns out, with epigenetics, the story is different. What runs in family is behavior. Matter of fact, they looked at the fate of people that got cancer, and they looked at adopted kids adopted into families that have cancer. And what did they find? The adopted child will have the same cancer as the siblings with the same percentage as the siblings, even though the child came from totally different genetics. The cancer didn't come from the genes. It turns out less than 10% of any cancer is related to genes. That cancer comes from lifestyle. Where did lifestyle come from? Parenting. And you didn't see it. You weren't conscious of it. It was downloaded in your mind. You learned the programs without having any awareness of it. And I go, wow, it's interesting because there's this movie called The Matrix. If anybody ever seen this movie? Well, if you go to the movie video store, you'd have to find it in science fiction. But I'm going to tell you a simple truth. This movie is not science fiction. This movie is a documentary. You have been programmed. You have been programmed. We already know that. You didn't know that. We didn't know that for a long time, but now we do. What does the movie The Matrix say? It says, oh, you got two choices here. Neo, take the blue pill and go back into the program and everything will be the same as it was. Or take the red pill and get out of the program. And you say, what would happen if I took the red pill and got out of the program? And I'm going to show you what happens. A wandering mind is an unhappy mind. Well, of course, when your mind is wandering, then you're playing your subconscious negative programs. But here's a little point about it. Mind wandering occurred in all these samples taken during every activity except making love. Here's the point. When you fall in love, the conscious mind stops wandering. Think about it. Why would the conscious mind wander when everything you were looking for is now in front of your face? Why would you send the conscious mind off on a vacation? Everything you wanted is there. So guess what? Guess what? When you fall in love, you and your partner are both operating from 90 to 100% from your conscious mind. I say, why is that relevant? Conscious mind, wishes, desires, and aspirations. When two people are creating their entire lives from their both wishes, desires, and aspirations, that is called the honeymoon. The honeymoon is not an accident. The honeymoon. So basically, everyday life, 5% of your life from wishes and desires. But the moment you fall in love, you're living the honeymoon, it turns around the other way. In the honeymoon, what you end up with is 90% or more from the conscious mind, 10% or less from the subconscious mind. Why is that relevant? You're manifesting your life not from your program, you're manifesting your life from your wishes and desires. So when you go back out into the world, the biggest and most important thing you have to understand is simply this. You created the honeymoon by not being in the program. That's as simple as that. I say, well, why is that relevant? Because you can change the subconscious programming. You can change the programming. I say, well, what would be the relevance of changing the programming? And the answer is simply this. Imagine if you wrote programs in your subconscious mind that matched your wishes and desires and aspirations. What would be the consequence of that? And I'll tell you what it is. It's a honeymoon that lasts every day of your life for as long as you live on this planet. Why? When you're paying attention, you're operating from wishes and desires and aspirations. And when you stop paying attention, you're operating from wishes and desires and aspirations. We were given the gift to be on this planet, to live out a life of a honeymoon, heaven on earth. That's what we were given. That's what the honeymoon was all about. And others that knew about the programming took away your power. That's how there are more powerful people in this world and less powerful people. Because I'm going to give you a simple fact. Everybody is equally powerful. Then you say, wait. How can we be equally powerful when that guy, Bill Gates, is so powerful? And the answer is so profoundly simple. They didn't get more power. They just took away your power. And they did that with programming. And everywhere, unfortunately, if I had to put, this is my personal little irritation, the Jesuits would boast. They boasted for 500 years, give me a child until it's 6 or 7, it will belong to the church for the rest of its life. You didn't get what they really said. Give me a child till it's 6 or 7, and I will control the rest of its life. We've all been programmed with that knowledge, and the Jesuits, that knowledge didn't disappear over 500 years. Those people that program us know it better today and how to do it today than they did then. We've all been systematically disempowered by our programming. And yet you know it because when you touch that love, when you hit that moment of head over heels in love, and there was that period, no matter how short it was, where you were healthy, you were energized, and life was so beautiful, that was not an accident. That is your God-given right to have that every day of your 900 years of life. At least that's what Greg told me. Yeah. So, what is the consequence? Well, we talked about the chemistry and the vibration is acting at the physiological level, working on the body. Now what are we talking about? We're talking about the top 3 chakras, which are all consciousness and mind and psychology. And so there's the psychology with the top 3 chakras, there's body with the bottom 3 chakras, and guess what happens? When you get the top 3 and the bottom 3 lined up, where do you think they meet? The heart chakra. When you get your life in balance, you come from your heart. You live from your heart. And when you do that, you broadcast vibrational frequencies everywhere, and everyone else is picking up vibrational frequencies. When you see somebody in love, you can feel their love. You can see it. Why is it relevant? The more people that fall in love, the more that other people see them fall in love. What it means is love starts to become a way of life around here, and not the negative programming and the war and the bullshit that we got from everybody else. But you must remember, it's not your fault. You weren't there for the programming. It was put into you. And when you look back over your life, and I want to put this in because how many times you read books about, oh, you're responsible for your life, and then most people go, oh, I don't want to own responsibility for that. And we let go of it. And the reason why they say that, listen to this, so these words that come out, guilt, victim, shame, blame, these kinds of words keep you from owning your power for a simple reason. You go back over your life and you go, oh my God, was I guilty of that? Oh, I have so much shame for what I did. And then you disregard and ignore it because it's easier not to go there. Let me give you a simple fact of life, and it's very critical for your next step. And it goes like this. The words victim, blame, guilt, shame, among others, only apply, listen, only apply if you understand how things work. And in knowing that knowledge, you do something against it. If you didn't know how something worked, then you cannot be blamed for it. You cannot be guilty of it. You can't have shame. Nobody even told you. But now that you know the new way, from this point on, living the new way is what you want to do. But you must let go of the past. You must let go of everybody's past that didn't know this. I wasn't raised in the Christian religion, but Jesus' apparent last words on the cross is, forgive them, they know not what they do. Well, if nobody explained to anybody how this thing worked, and then we look over the past, I have to say, they didn't know what they did. You didn't know what you did. They didn't know what they did. Then take the past as a learning and let go of all the personal connection with that. It was knowledge. But take that knowledge from today and move forward with the power of who and what you are. I was going to go into this, but before I do this, I want to say, I also said, and here's the problem that we have with trying to change the subconscious mind. The two minds do not learn in the same way. That is why you can educate the hell out of your conscious mind and still have the exact same programs that you got in the subconscious and never left. How many people have gone to psychologists for years, cried through 100 boxes of tissues, and came out at the end saying, man, my mom did this, my dad did that, my friends did that. I know why my life sucks. I just reviewed it. And I say, well, now that you know why your life sucked, is your life any better? And the answer is no, but I know why it sucks. And the fact is this, why? Because you can educate the conscious mind and you don't educate the subconscious mind. The conscious mind is creative. How can you educate the conscious mind? Read all the wonderful books that Hay House has. That will educate it. I say, cool. But unfortunately, we educate that conscious mind with all this information, pass a test, you'll get 100. Yeah, I got 100. I read that book. I know everything they said. And I say, yeah, but is your life any different? No, it's still exactly the same. Why? Because 95% is coming from the subconscious, and the subconscious does not learn that way. The conscious mind can learn from reading a book, going to a lecture, watching a video. The conscious mind can go, aha! And that's all it took to learn. Subconscious mind does not learn that way. The subconscious mind only learns through two main ways. Hypnosis, which was the first 7 years of your life, and then habituation, which was everything after that. How did you learn anything? How did you learn your ABCs? How many times did you repeat it? How did you learn your timetables? How many times did you repeat it? How did you learn how to drive a car? How many times did you practice? You want to educate the subconscious mind? Then you've got to do a different process than doing the education of the conscious mind. If you don't do that, then your conscious mind becomes so smart and your life looks so stupid because you're not operating from that mind. And remember this, please. When you talk to yourself to improve your life, don't get frustrated. Don't get frustrated that nothing changes. I'll tell you why. Because the first question is this: who the hell are you talking to? Oh, I got such stupid behavior. I hate that behavior. Okay, come on, don't do that behavior again. Don't eat that donut. And all of a sudden I find myself eating a donut again. What the hell am I doing eating a donut? Well, okay, I'll eat it, but the whole idea, why am I eating a donut? I kept telling myself, don't eat the donut. And the answer is so profoundly simple. There is nobody in the subconscious mind. It's a record playback device, like a tape recorder. There's nobody there. You are in the conscious mind. No entity exists in the subconscious mind. So talking to the subconscious mind, expecting it to change, is as valuable as talking to a recorded device and then asking the program to change by talking to the recorded device. It will not do that. But you can change. You can push the record button. You can use self-hypnosis tapes. My first program change was a Hay House, Louise's tape on changing belief. I put that on the earphones at night because every night as you go to bed, you go through theta. And as you go through theta, any earphones on your ears are going to be going into the hypnosis state of your brain. That's why it works. Otherwise, you have to make habits. Habit means you have to do something, not just think about it. You have to do something. Now, very quickly, I got 4 minutes left, so I can finish this. I got half a dozen slides. This is going to be fast. This is a periodic table of elements, 118 elements. All of them form chemistry except for one group. There's a group on the end called the noble gases. All the other atoms in the periodic table create chemistry. The noble gases don't. Why? Because they have something that they can inform us about, something that's so critical, and it works like this. Every atom has an equal number of positive and negative charges, meaning for every electron that's negative, there's a positive proton, so all atoms are neutral. They're all neutral. But the charges are not equally distributed. So my atom illustrated on the board here has an electron on the right side, but there's no balance on the other side. So there's more negative on the right side than on the left side. The point about it is this: all atoms spin. They're like nanotornadoes. But if the charges are not equally distributed, then that means as they spin, they wobble. So here are 3 atoms. A noble gas, argon. The outer shell is completely filled, so this means that all the slots in the outer shell are completely taken. There's no slack. I have here a potassium ion. It's got 1 electron in its outer shell, but it needs 8, so it's missing 7 electrons. So it's not in balance. It's got an extra electron on the side. Chlorine is missing an electron from its balance. It could take 1 electron and add balance, but it's missing 1. So potassium and chlorine are not in balance. Noble gas is. Now watch what happens. They all spin, so watch what happens as they spin. The potassium and the chlorine wobble. Look at the argon. It spins in perfect balance. And when we're watching these, we see these wobbly ones come together, but guess what they do? They create a bond and share the 1 electron. Now they're both spinning in balance, and I go, wow, that's a great relationship, except for the fact it's called codependency. Argon is in self-love, agape love. Why? It spins in perfect balance. Here's the point. Where does the wobble come from? Not being in balance. Where do we as atoms get wobble? Our programming throws us out of balance. If our programming is not fully supportive, we wobble. Why is that important? Because we're always seeking a mate. If you're wobbling, what kind of mate will you seek? Think about it for a fraction of a second. You're going to find somebody who's out of balance, because 2 out of balance ones comes together and they can create balance. You go, oh my God, that's so great. We're balanced finally. And I go, no, you're still in codependency. Why? Because potassium can say, screw you, I'm going out and fooling around. You need me. Oh, don't go and don't, I need you. That's codependency. And I go, yeah, but noble gases spin in perfect balance. They don't make chemistry. And you go, oh, well, geez, they have perfect balance, but they don't create relationships. And I go, that's what I thought until I understood something. That noble gases can be hit by a photon of light. And when they get hit by a photon of light, they become enlightened noble gases. They're not only are they imbalanced, but they're enlightened. And I go, why is that relevant? And the answer is this: because when a noble gas gets enlightened, it will seek another noble gas to make a partnership. That other partnership, they come together. I love the name. A partnership of noble gases is called an excitomer, because they're both excited. And what happens when two noble gases come together because one of them got hit by a photon of light? They give off laser light. That's where lasers come from, noble gases. And why is that relevant? And the answer is simply this: if we become balanced and we rewrite those programs in the subconscious mind, when we become balanced and start to spin that way, and then we become excited, then we find other people who are in balance and we start to spin with them and we make relationships and we give off laser light and light up this world. The light we're looking for that this planet needs is us. We just are out of balance. So, I've run out of time. These are excerpts out of the book. I wish I could have stayed here longer because it's a checklist. Oh, checklist. Oh, can't show it to you now. Forget it. Okay. But there's a checklist to find out how to create this happily married situation. And when you create this happily married situation, I can assure you of one thing that you've only touched: that heaven on earth is a reality. It's here for you every day of your life. Every day you can wake up in the juicy love and share it and spread it, because the light you're going to give off is going to ignite others. Because when you give off a photon of light, other noble gases will pick it up and they'll become excitomers. And that is our destination. We must let go of the vision that this is hell in any sense of the way, because it's only a programming that did that. Because we were given the gift to be in love and have a honeymoon and live in heaven, and you've touched it, and that's why it's so important. It's nothing that is just an idea in your head. You've actually done it. Now you can make it a way of life, and that's what we need, because we're looking to bring back the light to this planet, and you are it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Hey, house, you all right? Thank you. Thank you so much. I just want to say, before you leave, there's two men outside, David and Leonard, and they're involved with natural awakenings. They said, if anybody in here is a holistic healer, connect with them, because they're creating a community. Why is it important? Power is in community. We have lost community, but you sign up with Natural Awakenings, we can return the power, because as individuals, we don't have it. As a group, we change the world. Thank you very much.